Good morning. 21st of May, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, streamed to YouTube for transparency and accountability and a permanent record, obviously. The idea here is that everything, I value journaling. I don't think you can emphasize that too much, actually. And, but I don't multitask well. So the idea is that all that I see here on my two primary trading screens is Bookmap and IRT. And they're captured on the video, and then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it's a full recording, capture, record of my trading day. I trade, the stream lasts from now, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, through 1500 in the afternoon. That's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, each trading day. Assuming it's not a holiday, when it's a short abbreviated session or something. That's the cash market. And that's every trade that is taken is, anticipated and executed and managed with full record on in both video and audio. So it's a pretty slick system, and it doesn't take any real management on my part, other than the voiceover, other than speaking out loud rather than just thinking. So it works pretty slick, and that's why I do it. I have a commitment to taking no trades off the stream. And I should say also that I am not licensed to provide, nor is it intended for financial or trade advice, neither the stream nor the recordings. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. But as I said, I do take, I don't trade any trades that I have not previously vetted and statistically proven to have a positive expectancy or an edge. And so I anticipate when they're going to, when that is going to, a trade might set up, and then I take the trade and then I manage the trade all on the recording. And I also go through the back testing and the procedures I use to do that. So let's go to the numbers of the day. And we do have some out today for a change. We have, where am I here? Let's get over here. Here we go. Investing.com, my old news source. Here's today, economic calendar. We have the Philly Fed. We have initial jobless claims. They're out already. And we have the S&P PMIs down here at 9 o'clock for both manufacturing and services. These are all 3-star events. Now, this is investing.com. It only deals with standard, normal, recognized economic numbers, calendars, events. CPI, non-farm payroll, FOMC, S&P PMI, PPI, those kind of things. Now, you can filter this for any time zone or report you're interested in, and it's free. You can tell by the ads. I do that on purpose so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same resources that I use here, in case that might be helpful. Now, notice that if you don't know what the initial jobless claims is, notice that the event title changes to a URL when you hover over it, so you can go there and find out all about the most recent releases and who puts it out and all those numbers. Trump is saying something right now as he gets on an airplane about the supreme leader. So that was the cause of this huge dump at 5:30 this morning, which is, I guess, to be expected. If you stop and think about it, we blew up, bombed the country, killed the Ayatollah, killed his immediate family, wife, etc., which is the new supreme leader's father and mother. We've also disfigured and dismembered this new supreme leader. Apparently I don't know what parts of his body or his extremity were removed or or had to be amputated, but something, because he's supposedly being fitted with prosthetics. I mean, I don't know how anybody else would react, but I don't suppose that guy would be the most amenable in a negotiation. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not sure where this is going to end up yet. So his statement here, which caused this big dump at the market at 530s, was that, with all these negotiations that are going on, one of the holding points was, and I can show you right here, Supreme Leader, uranium must stay in Iran, period. Now, that's what caused this. and he put weapons grade, so that's what caused this. By the way, the Ayatollah had said, his father had said repeatedly that nuclear bombs were against Islam and the Quran. So he was, I think, more of a deterrent. The son, who is the new Ayatollah, or not Ayatollah, but the new supreme leader, and disfigured and lost his father and his mother and his family in those attacks, doesn't hold with that. So we might have, it might be one of those situations. Be careful what you wish for, maybe. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. I don't have any idea really. Anyway, so this is investing.com. Earnings are out. Of course, we're in earnings season. Yesterday was NVIDIA. Today we've got Walmart and some others, but not nearly so important. The other news source, which you can probably figure out already, is Financial Juice. I get it up here to the top. I was looking at what caused that bop at 530. The difference here is that in the Financial Juice calendar, they do pull these random non-traditional. Trump is going to announce something about the EPA. Well, that's going to be, you can imagine what that is, Environmental Protection Agency. For some reason, he has a real problem with the environment and things. I don't understand the thinking there, but anyway. And it's not a political comment on my part, but this is a potential risk to our auction at 10 o'clock in the morning. Very definitely. So, as traders, your basic fundamental objective is to preserve your account. The fundamental way you preserve your account is risk management. You can't mitigate or manage risk if you don't know about it. So I really appreciate the fact that Financial Juice pulls these kind of things into their calendar. But I still like, for the purposes of general reporting and capturing and putting in the screen snaps and, putting a screen snap or something into Discord or wherever, I like the format here of investing.com. So there you go. Those are the reports. Let's get on with the pre-market now, which is a rodeo, as you might be able to see. This is, first of all, Bookmap. There is the first print of the overnight session. I put this blue indicator line, which is nothing more than a vertical line right here. I put that on the first print of every session. If I can glance to my left and see what I refer to comically as Blue Boy over here. God darn it. Come on now. Not playing nice. Irritating me. If I can look over here and see this blue line and the actual current live data, I know without question that the entire session is in view. So I can have complete understanding of context of the session that we're in. That's how I do that and why I do that. This is my IRT, which is my other charting package. First, let me point out that in the header of all these IRT windows, you can see the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So there's never a question what you're looking at. This tab view here is the micros. Micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES high time frame, micro composite chart, and this is the market profile, and I do not change it from mini to micro. I just leave it because I don't see a difference. And this is volume and the basic specs. This is the same tab for the minis. So there you go. Now let's trade in micro. So let's get back over there. What is our overnight? Well, here is yesterday. There's yesterday's range. Here's the open. There's the close and the open. Overnight inventory is a bit short right here, long the rest of the night. So we are essentially balanced. To have a fully balanced profile, if you look at these balance lines here and these gold lines, we would need to trade down lower to the bottom. I'm going to look at this and imagine that we're going to have some responsive selling, I guess. I don't know. I'm guessing that typically I would say if we have long overnight inventory, we would have responsive selling to take profit at the open. Other way around, if we have short overnight inventory. We're kind of, I suppose, net long right up here. There's actually a way to tell. Well, no, go there. Actually a way to tell, but anyhow. So here's the ES. This is the NQ, and this is the high time frame chart, which is pretty important to me, the micro composite. These are, again, this is the MES, the daily chart, and the daily RTH session. So each one of these candles represents one RTH session. So there's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Notice that when there's a gap, the way I do these is when price overlaps, and however long price overlaps, I continue to pull the volume profile around them. That generates these high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines. And those values push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. Now, when we have a gap and price doesn't overlap, that's the end of that one, and I start a new one. Right or wrong, I'm not going to argue about that or discuss it, really. That's the methodology that I use. So if it works, great. That's what I do, and this is my journal, right? So the idea here is for me to do what makes sense. Now, this generates a micro composite VPOC, which I have in. The red and green lines, as I said, push automatically in the session prices. Let's see what we're doing for volume, just out of curiosity. Well, we're 127% average volume, looking back at 20 trading periods at this exact time of day. And our ATR for a 1 minute candle is 3 points. And bookmap. Well, we talked about Blue Boy already, so we don't need to do that. We know that this is the live data. From the right column, this is the micro composite where I manually enter these values. This is the range gap from the 11th, which we didn't quite fill. This is the micro composite VPOC from last night. This is the full session volume profile. Oh, I'm sorry. And these are the high and low volume nodes that get pushed over here from IRT. Full session volume profile, started plotting at 1700 last night, will continue through 1600 today. This is Globex, not ETH or extended. RTH session, which is the cash market, the daily, regular trading hours, volume profile and delta. Then this is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. And the session prices, which push automatically and continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And I share these with anybody that can use them free. Just let me know in the, like, subscribe, and throw something in the chat, and I'm happy to hook you up. No problem. free, and you can put it in Cloud Notes or the same data populates these session price levels over here in the lines. You can use them in other platforms, or as some do, just have an Excel sheet and just look at the values there. I don't know. This has replaced my DOM columns because I was repeating columns and using up real estate. I wasn't trading off the DOM anymore, only the active data column. So here's what we've got. This is the book. This is resting liquidity. These are not transacted orders. These are limit orders resting in the book. This is the liquidity. Full level 2 every level. And these are the session prices, or the prices at every level. So with that said, then we have the chart, and there are no indicators on my book map or IRT. There's just price levels, volume, and probabilities, statistics, in other words. So there's a POC for the RTH session and a POC for the full session, and a little more muted yellow. POC is nothing complex or mysterious. It's simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 45.25 is traded the most contracts in the overnight, 4,550. The minute one of the other prices trades 4,551, this yellow line will move there. Just that simple. RTH VWAP, Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price. The mid, that's pretty obvious for the RTH. And then the rest are session prices, previous close, the overnight mid, settlement, previous value area high, previous high. A couple of levels that do seem to confuse people are the IB high and low because of the naming, I guess, from the market profile world. Initial balance. I don't know who decided they would be called that, but they did. The IB high and the IB low simply represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Nothing more. So the next order of business, let's look at the statistics. The first thing to do is determine the statistics open type for the day. Yesterday we were higher in range. Let's look at today. If we open, there's only two criteria, so this is real easy. If we open right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's a close. What is it? It's lower. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and the lows way down below us, so it's in range. So the open type expected for the day is lower in range. So first thing I do is change the column title to reflect the proper open type. And I do that because I'm selfish. And when I look at this, a recording of the stream or the stream itself or a screen snap, I see that column title and I know exactly what the open relationship was and tells me that data. Now we're going to clear the statistics from yesterday because they're from yesterday, and we're going to get the new ones for today. And we do that by going to the Statistics tab in IRT. What a name, huh? Lower in range. This is what we've determined will be the open type for the day. This whole process, again, is very simple. That's how I need it to be that way. The KISS principle works really well for me. The system looks back at the most recent 1,744 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 511 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.6% of the time. Overnight mid. Oh, 82.6. That's going to be off, I'm sure. Oop. Ah, there you go. And that's how complicated it is. Now, something's at the door. I'll be right back. All right, where are we? Oh, we're late for the TLab snap. We'll pick up the statistics when I get back from doing something that I have to do every day. And that is, yep, the TLab snap. Okay. Uh-oh. Open the chart. Okay. Here we go. Kokomojo. This is why I do the stream recording, because I don't multitask worth a damn, as I said. Let me just finish doing this, then I'll explain to you what I'm doing. Okay, so every morning at 8:20 or thereabouts, I do the TLab snap, which is this thing right here. It is this tab, TLab. Got all the numbers you might possibly want to know about, except why this is not there, I don't know. Didn't see that right now. And all the numbers up here and the relationship here and naked volume points of control, etc. I started this a long time ago for members of the TLab who don't have the same kind of charting. So there you go. Now the TLab is a book map Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who's been trading, 47 years or something. Started out as a money manager professionally a long time ago. I would be shocked if he's trading other people's money now. I'm sure he's trading his own account. But anyway, he's and it's a Discord room sponsored by Bookmap, obviously, but you're never solicited for anything, including a subscription to Bookmap in there, to their credit. And it's not a live trading room or a trade calling room. But there's a lot of good advice in Discord, the narration, and, Tom comments through the day in Discord and stuff, and a lot of good people in there. So I was pretty active once upon a time, some time ago, before I started the stream, which actually is the suggestion of the TLab and Tom, is that, look, you need to focus on and narrate your market that you're trading. And so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, and so every day at about 6-ish, I put a screen snap in there of the reports for the day, and every day at about 8:20, I put this snap in, and it's just my way of tipping my hat, good morning, how you doing, thanks a lot, kind of a thing, to the TLab and to Tom and those people in there. There's a good crew of people in there. So that's the TLab stuff. Now let's get back to the business at hand here, which is the statistics. We're going to open in 4 minutes, so let's get cooking here. What have we got for statistics? What's next? Overnight volume point of control is 81.4. There we go. I want to get some of the others if I can. Previous close is 69.2. I want to do a couple that, okay, IB high, 68.1, IB high. Remember the definition of the initial balance, high and low now, right? So the minute we open, well, price is just here. It's not going to move very far from here, but the low is going to come way up. It will not be, the point is it won't be at this level anymore, highly unlikely. And so I want to have those initials on there to be able to accurately know what that was for. Let's see what the previous POC is. I want to know that. It's 68.3. Again, previous POC is 68.3 PPOC. Now that's the naked volume point of control from yesterday. And there's a statistic of 68.3% of the time that'll be revisited. Overnight high, I don't see that anywhere. Overnight low is 66.1. Well, where the hell did that go now? There we go. What are we going to do here? We're going to open in a couple minutes. I better get going. Previous overnight high is 52.4. Previous low is 53.8. Where did that go? Right there, I'm guessing. Nope. Previous low is way down below it somewhere. Oh, yeah, that was that long day. That was that ridiculously long day. 53.8. Okay, now jump up here to the top. Previous high is 42.1. Boy, I need to... Okay, we're gonna... what else have we got going on that I'm missing here that I typically like to get in there? Oh, no. You need to remember that these are statistics, probability, not hard, fast lines in the sand. For example, IB high is 68.1, and here we are down here. Well, in order to get to 81.6, which is the overnight mid, we got to get through these lower probabilities, right? So it is a statistic, and I'm going to stop right there and get back to right here. And I think I've got all that under control now. IRT is happening. Let it happen, Captain. And we're going to open right there. Boom, bing, bang, boom. And we're not resetting. Why not? There we go. Irritating, but at least it did something. So, we're off and running, boys and girls. Bing, bang, boom. Market profile, volume profile, delta, RTH, our levels. Now, something I need to do that we're open is get over here and change these from RTH session to, from full session to RTH session, sorry. And I do that to keep the session prices relationships correct. Oh, I said. I have a theory here that is, I'll tell you in a minute, as soon as, if I can get this done anytime soon. This problem is this lags. You see the lags over here? This is seconds. What am I looking at? Yeah. Okay. We're going to save those and get back to the micros and let this thing iron itself out if it can. This is a lag in seconds. So that's a full, damn near a full minute behind, right? It's essentially untradeable then. I just use it for charting. Here's our open. Right smack pretty much in the middle of yesterday's candle. Again, big range, here we are. You see, here's what I was getting ready to say. I think the problem that we have is the micro NQ trades unbelievable volume. I was shocked, actually. Three and four times more volume than the ES or the MES, and substantially more multiples of volume than the NQ. that I guess makes sense. But we've almost traded, you know, 3/4 of, well, there almost 1 million contracts traded so far, compared to 307,000. And in a little while, this will be, as I said, substantially more volume. So what I'm contemplating is dropping the NQs, or at least the MNQ, away from the charting. If I can come up with a way to do that without eliminating, you know, deleting them from the symbols collection and all of that, because I think that the volume to manage the micro NQ is what's causing all of these big delays. That's what I think. Now, what do we got going on over here? Back to the real world. Well, there's some sell delta coming on. So somebody's not happy about that. Oh, there was the IB low, IB high. Look at there, almost exactly the same spot. Funny, huh? Now, you see how this doesn't have any volume up here, but there's delta? Well, that's suspicious, isn't it? So I'm going to clear resets, assuming this is going to do something. And then that should recalculate. And oh, looky there. God. And now we can give this a little minute to think about things here. And then we can put our new blue boy, our new bright, shiny blue boy for the session on over here. Right there. That's the blue boy. There's the open. Here we go. Kokomo Joe. And there's we're gonna keep the uranium. We're gonna keep the uranium. Get it out to 5 minutes, I guess, or close, 15. What happens with Bookmap is it tries to keep this what volume or price action you have in view on the chart. It tries to keep it within the range. I would prefer if I could set these for 1 point and never mind the rest, but what are you going to do? And there's 5 minutes. And let's be real careful now. You know what we didn't do? Football. We didn't do. I guess you would imagine that it would be important to be able to trade with Bookmap, wouldn't you? Me too. In order to do that, you have to activate the trade control panel with this padlock. Hey, Antonio. Good morning. Bon dia. And then on the new version, instead of selecting how you'll interact with the chart column or the dome, now you select an account. And in this case, I'm using the Lucid, 5 Lucid accounts, copy trading to them. And that was the only logical way I could see to de-risk. And with the hedging philosophy now, rather than the risk neutral methodology with brackets, I'm using the hedge. So this will be 5 micros. And now I can click this button again, and that gets my real estate back. I've got all the metrics, cancel and close, but we need to get over to here and confirm that this is on the right journal, which it is. Multi-account trading. This is what enables the copy thing, whatever you call that, copy trade, I guess. In other words, when I make one trade here, it's going to automatically make the same thing on those 4 other accounts. That's how you multiply those smaller accounts to get a substantial amount of trading capital and payouts. And this was the only way I could see, or that I was able to figure out, to de-risk in the situation that the vetted IB trades were not, they had exceeded the back test parameters for consecutive losses in a row. So the only way I could de-risk from 2 micros, I could have gone to 1, I guess, but then you have absolutely no, no runner or any kind of trade management capability. So this was the simplest way I could de-risk. I can trade 5 micros, or I can actually trade more than that. But In this case, I can do the hedge with 5 micros and 1 mini, and that's still well within the idea, well within the risk management tolerances of this account. And because of the new prop stuff, there is only one payment. It's, you only pay once. It's not the subscription story. And I didn't get the open in there, damn it. Okay. Do this again. And if somebody's got a better idea, or if I'm overlooking something, I'm all ears, The whole purpose of this stream is that it is my virtual journal and that it is a collaboration. It is certainly not intended to be my way or the highway, So, I mean, Anton has been really great about opening, and sharing about his philosophies about the hedging and the risk management. That's really great. I appreciate that a lot. Any kind of contribution, or if you think I'm crazy, well, then that's good too. Okay, so here we go. Next thing we'll look at is the statistics and the data surrounding this beauty. We're just off and running. We're going to get down here and smack 74.10 at some point today. You see this liquidity? They've been really, really fastidious lately in this past week of running down and tagging these big liquidities out to the tick. I'm surprised. Well, that one lifted off, but here they come. No sooner do I say that, and they're going to run down there and smack it. Let's see. The stream is going. I was conscious this morning instead of yesterday when I was busy reading something and missed the opening of the stream by a couple of minutes. We have news out at the top of the hour. It's the S&P PMIs, both services and manufacturing. We had the jobs number and the Philly Fed out this morning already. And I hope I don't need to tell you that the real risk danger is the geopolitical, this random tweet craziness, like that big dump at 5:30, just a statement. Not that there's not there, I mean, I'm aware of the fact that that's the state of the world we live in, but it's really, you got to really be sure you've got bracket orders or hedge, or you are aware of the risk potential, in my opinion. Let's see now. What have I forgotten there, Bubba Louie? I guess nothing. I'll restart IRT again at the top of the hour, which seems to be working to kind of unravel the lags. This is what I was talking about earlier. We've damn near traded 1 million contracts on the micro NQs already. We'll be lucky to trade 1 million, 2 million, maybe 1 million, somewhere between 1.1 million and 1.3 million on the MES at the end of the session. That's I think where the big choke is for IRT, because it's got to process every one of those ticks. So I don't know what to do, frankly. The first thing I have to do is see if anybody is using the session prices exported for the micro NQ. And then, I mean, I do, but I will know if I turn it off, then it's going to be off, right? And I don't know if I have to remove the micro NQ from the symbols list. I believe I do, because each one of these quote pages and everything, it is downloading the data for that in case you want to open it up, right? So the entire day it's dealing with that data whether you're charting it or not. That's how I understand it. But I'm freaking sick of not being able to use the charting software because of the because of this lag story. Why would there be a 48-second lag on the NQs and there's only 148,000 contracts traded since 1700 last night? Doesn't make much sense, does it? Eugh. I'm telling you. And you look at Bookmap or TradingView or some of these other systems, and they're just zipping along like a sewing machine. You know, it's not. I'm having to rethink things here. Okay, enough of that. Me bitching and moaning. Let's look at where we are. So the bar is not open yet. I'm sure of that. It's a good thing that I point that out. I've talked at length about trading live on Bookmap that I only trade vetted trades. So the thing about an advantage of only trading vetted setups or trades is that nothing's a surprise. It's not, oh, God damn, let's get all, you know, none of that. You see, okay, we're setting up the IB. Time is, approaching for the initial balance trade to set up. So I'm going to start watching that. So what are my criteria for the entry in the initial balance, for example? And you watch that happen. And when you get the trigger, you enter the trade. And then you manage the trade. Live in real time, articulated by me. Now, that happens in the live trading over here, typically in my live AMP account, but as I talked about earlier, or to de-risk to the Lucid thing. So that's where I am at this moment, and to test out this hedging story. Okay. Quite the opposite side of the coin in IRT. This is my old, famous, developed, tested, back-tested, have all the numbers times a million. And if you don't believe me, boom, boom. Each one of these lines is a vetted backtest of that system. Why is this not available? I don't know what's going on there. Huh. Oh, I know I changed the lookups for something else in the hedge and the risk, and it broke this, I think. Okay, so I'll fix that. But anyway, each one of these is a back test. 498 days, 600 trades, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all of the numbers you ever possibly want, okay? Now, why I said I'm working on the de-risking is because this system, which worked fine from November through, say, mid-January, all of a sudden exceeded the number of expected continuous stops, consecutive stops by 150%. So I stopped trading it, because that's how you do it. That's how you approach a system statistically. If it's still within parameters, you don't mess with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? However, when it breaks, when it exceeds the expected identified criteria and parameters, then you need to stop and revisit it. So that's what I've done. Now, this pushes to this chart simply for visualization. You see something that happened yesterday. That all occurs live in real time with real data, but within the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not having, I'm not going to die by 1,000 cuts in my live account. or even in Lucid at this point. So there you are. That's how that works. Now this is that account. At 9:30, it'll start plotting the proper data over here, and these zones will come across and they'll push, and everything will happen. This is the current IB. Now I need to do some stuff here because I was restarted. So there's, let's see, did that high? There's that one hidden. There's this one hidden. I'm reading up here in the deal. We don't need, come on, I don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need opening range for the fence trade. Opening range 1, we don't need that. It's hidden. That's hidden. We don't need the fence story. That's hidden. Okay, so the way this works is these gold lines, which are off to the left, and I'm not going to bother trying to scroll over there, are they represent the high and low of Asia session. This is a full session chart. Remember the header? This is the high and low of London, and this is the high and low thus far of US. Now we're going to put this particular IB trade on here, and so there's the IB, and I try to keep the colors consistent. The IBs are green and on all the charting and book map, and the developing VPOC is yellow and all that stuff. And this is the beginning of that strategy. This volume profile is for the week. Something I'm trying. So nothing's happening yet because the initial balance is still forming. But this is where that would be taken into consideration. This is a new one. This is the breakout and retest idea. What I'm trying to, there's no strategy for this yet, but what I'm trying to develop is how to identify and then be able to build a strategy around for backtesting consolidation. So the idea of the bar and retest is you have a breakout and retest is where the term bar trade comes from. I haven't figured that out yet. So now we've got this, we got that, everybody's happy. Okay. I've done everything right here, have I? Well, look at this mess. So if that's not an open auction, I never saw one. It looks like a crosscut saw blade, doesn't it? Now, it's worth repeating, or it's worth pointing out that this IB is 14 handles high. So this is 14 handles across, okay? And that's a balanced profile, and we've taken out the previous IB, we've taken out the overnight volume point of control, we haven't tapped out the overnight low. What happened to the overnight mid? Where the hell did that go? It's way up here someplace, okay. And a lot of volume smoking around down here. Now I'm going to set up the hedge environment. Drum roll, please. And the way that works is as follows. Micro ES is right here. The mini ES is going to be somewhere else now. I won't tell you because I'm a mini guy. And the same configuration has to happen with the minis as does with the micros. Got to pick the account, got to set up the number of contracts to trade, need to come over here and make sure it's on the correct journal. which it should be. And it's multi-trading, yeah, and none of the other crap is on other than what I want it to be. Okay, so the way this works is the way the hedge, yeah, it doesn't want to remember where it used to be. I set this up every time. You know. It's usually right about there. Now I can click the button again and get, you see, I want to make sure that I have this size properly so that I have my, there we go. I have my cancel and close buttons up here because otherwise I'm screwed, blued, and tattooed. What happened? Somebody said something. Oh, is it 9? Something happened. Is this the report? I was thinking the report, the S&Ps were at 9. Maybe it's 8:45. That's possible. I could have missed that. I apologize. I mean, not that I'm taking any trades now, but you get the point. Mm-hmm. So let's jump over to somewhere. Where'd the mouse go? There it is. Let's jump over here and see what the hell happened. Yeah, that's the Al Jazeera. Here we go. This is what moved the market so dramatically at 5:30. And here is the denial that he ever said that. This is the problem. I don't know if it's a problem or whether this is intended market manipulation. I suspect the latter, frankly. It's been undeniably demonstrated by data from the exchanges that certain members of the government have been trading the bejesus out of things miraculously just minutes before announcements were made. So I think there's going to be some lap over that, but I didn't imagine that this big pop was on the S&Ps, but this makes complete sense that this is on the fact that this guy didn't really say that. So far, who the hell knows? This is Al Jazeera, pretty responsible news source. Much more so than Fox or some of the local ones over here, which are just spin crap. You can't believe anything. Or at least I don't believe so. All right, well, there you go. So that's the kind of unrecognized, unanticipated risk that we're subject to in this geopolitical environment. How do you mitigate for that? You just pray to God you're not in a trade or that you're on the right side of it. That's all. And that's not a very, pray to God is not considered a bona fide, what's the old saying that, how does that go? Whenever you find yourself hoping, you better, flatten out because you're out of control. I don't know what the saying is. I forgot. Hi, Panda. Hey, baby. How are you? Did you come to see Dad? Is he okay? Huh? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, he was the pet. Okay. So they've disrupted the auction with a couple of who knows what. It's funny, isn't it, that in this day and age I don't have any idea if that stuff's real. Let's see what Bloomberg has to say. He's not saying anything today. I don't know how to update or how to get it to make sure I'm on the latest and greatest version here. I'm not sure how you do that. I guess maybe it just automatically is. I don't know. Mm-mm. Musk. After the SpaceX IPO, Musk will be the CEO, the CTO, and the chairman of the board. Why the hell bother, you know? Why don't you just keep it private? Well, I guess because you're going to get a bunch of fanboys investing. Shit. Didn't want to do that. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Well, up we go. Heidi ho. Oh, to the moon, Alice. Price of crude is continued up, so it's officially now gasoline's officially now over $4 a gallon in all 50 states. So the effect of this economic geniuses are really working out well. Maybe not. Here's the previous POC. You see how sneaky it works to put those levels in there? I wouldn't remember that. I suppose you guys might have, but I wouldn't have. That's the previous PVOC from yesterday at that high volume node, and there we are. Boom. And now we're at the, we've just come smoking through the micro composite VPOC, MCVPOC, which is right, where'd he go? Right there. So back to the way this hedge thing is set up. This is configured for a 1 lot. Yep. Okay. And this, the minis or the micros are configured for a 5 lot. Yep. Okay. Hey, Anton. Good morning. Well, we've had at 5:30 this morning, the new Supreme Leader said we're going to keep all of the weapons-grade uranium, and now at 8:30 this morning, or whatever the hell it was, I didn't really, Al Jazeera reports he never said that in the first place, so up and down we go. Yeah, the geopolitical. I suppose somebody in the government needed to, do a little front run, and they needed to buy a new car or something, so they just... Pretty crazy. Got the hedges all set up here for the morning, assuming that I'm going to just start taking these things, whether I know what I'm doing or not. Okay. Oops. Let's look at the... Let's look at the data. So, what do we got for data? We opened right in everything, in range, in value, in everything else. So I don't think that's a deal. So this is the opening candle by continuation trade. Looking at the edge full data, trying to get my head in in line for how to get these set up. It's forming. That's right. Now, this is a real simple thing here, but it kind of makes a lot of sense. I'll give it up for them. So I was busy doing a lot of poking around over here trying to figure out what to do. All right. The way this thing works is as follows. Here's, first of all, Asia, the sessions, right? London, and this is New York or US. The bias is determined by the real simple open of whatever you have this initial candle set at time frame wise, and I have it set for the initial balance, and close. So if the open is below the close at the end of the initial balance at 9:30, this will be green, and that candle will be up, and that will be a bias of long on that particular thing. Now, the next step in that is this is also the initial balance, which is forming. These are the probability, the percentages. This is 25%, 50%, 25 off the bottom, or if you're coming from the top, 75. So then, trying to figure out if I'm doing this right. That's why if I'm not, speak up. We already took out the previous POC. It was right here. Right there. That's the previous POC at 68.3 on the micros. By the way. Oops, I was not showing you the right screen though. It's marked in my statistics right there. Pre-market or pre-open. So. And then we have, so that's that one. If it's a green day, there's and if it's Thursday, today Thursday, that's the next question. Yeah. There's a 35% probability that we'll close red for the day and 62% green. That's not that big a deal, really, is it? But that's how it works. The next order of business is I need to put one in here by the day of the week. I'll do that right now. So this is the opening range, the IB statistic. And what I need to do is, this is the standard one, so let's put the by weekday because that's a big deal. Wednesday is huge. Tuesday sucks. Watch Tuesday. Look at that. Wednesday is real good. Thursday, better. Friday's excellent. So this is Thursday. I'm going to bookmap my, okay. So this is initial balance breakout. That means to the upside. When they say breakout, they mean to the upside. Breakdown, they mean to the short side. I've figured out. So there's a 78.6% probability that we're going to have a single break to the upside. There's a 0% probability that we will not break one or the other, and 21% that we will break down. Double breakout. And it's still forming. So, assuming that we get a breakout, then am I getting these all figured out? Sort of. But I don't have the days in here yet. That's pretty stupid. Sorry about this, but what the hell? Huh. Wait a minute. This report has changed. Or I'm crazy. Oh, this is by weekday. Okay. No, that's right. Opening. Oh, wrong one. Sorry about that. Jesus. Where did it go? Where the hell did the opening range thing go? Initial balance is what I'm looking for, not that other stupid ICT thing. Boy, that threw me for a loop there for a second. Sorry about that. By weekday, let's get back to the, okay, there's the by weekday story on the breakout on the opening range. And now let's look at the retracement. There we go. That's what I was looking at. So assuming that we break out to the top, the IB high today. Nope, not today. Got to change the customization over here to Thursday. 75% probability that after we break the high, we will retrace to 25% of the IB. 50% probability we'll retrace to the 50% of the IB, and 75. What does that look like in the real world? Right here. This is just single break. This doesn't show the, well, that's interesting. I didn't ever look at that. It doesn't show the levels. So sorry about that. But you see the point. So what does that mean? Over here. It means that after we break out, there is a 75% probability that price will retrace to the 25% of the IB. There's a 50% probability that it will retrace to the 50% of the IB. So does it make any sense to get long or in a position at the breakout, or wait for the pullbacks and then put your stop under the next level? That's the thinking of how this report is used. Now, there's another thing which I realize I'm not going to have forever unless I upgrade to it, and that's this thing, which is the IB strategy. You set up all the parameters for it. How you want, now this is between, so the retracement entry level is between 25 and 45. It's between the 25% and the 50%. The stop loss is below 50 and between 50 and 75. And the profit target is 25 and then 50% to 150. Okay, so then you can run this beauty. And there you go. Now, each one of these is the back test, right? So you can run down through here, and where's the most probable? There's the most profitable back test right there. Right? And with similar drawdown, 123 trades, 45% win rate, you can click the line, and that's now the chart that's now the back test that's being viewed in all of the data. Profit factor of 2.58, average return, that's the equity curve. There are the drawdowns. This is the health, the possibility of overfit or not, trade performance, how it works by day, long and short, by hours of the day, rolling window. I don't know what to think about that. A splatter plot, and then the reason for take T1, T2, end of day, and stops. Average and the win rates. 67 stops, averaging $39. 28 T1 averaging $104, and 16 T1 second profit targets averaging $190. And the end of day averaging 175. So just putting it on and getting out of the way did pretty good too. And now this is all going to go away, I think, without upgrading. This was like a teaser from them. I think I got an email from Andre about that. I got to make sure. So this might not be there. And then you can also push these algos to TradingView and analyze analyze any algo that you have built in TradingView, which I don't have any, so there's that. So basically I'm going to be looking for the initial balance. I'm going to be looking for the pullback to enter, and then I've got the hedge set up. Now, that's as close as I know to being able to trade off data without really doing something. Here's another thing that they do frequently. One of the Edgeful guys is he trades, which I have said previously that I didn't recommend. Oh, that's not what I wanted. He oftentimes, based on this data that we looked at, trades in anticipation or front runs the level. So 915, right? We're getting close to the initial balance, but here's something that's coming up. We're pulling back past the open, so that initial calendar, that bias, is now spinning negative. And it's, as I understand the data there, the first IB, which is down here, the IB low, and the IB high is the second IB. The second IB in place is the highest probability to be taken out. Well, they tagged out the EVPOC now, at least. But at this moment, if the IB locked in, it would be a red bias day because it's below the open. Remember that candle is based on the open of the RTH and the close of the IB. If the open is lower than the close, it's green. That candle's going, that arrow's going, or that line is going like this. If it's not there, it's red and the arrow's going like that. So we'll see where we are. But what he does frequently is he'll front run the level, and I have said for a long time that I didn't think that was a winning strategy. So these are things I'm watching. And the hedge is set up to do whatever it is, and there you go. They have some other interesting ideas that I listened to last night that seem to be playing out well. And that's something I'd never really considered. The relationship between the ES, for example, or the MES and the SPY, which, as we know, I guess, is an ETF of the ES kind of thing. So if the observation that is that if, for example, if the SPY takes out the IB level before the ES or the MES, the probability of the MES taking out the level is much lower. And so they would trade the other one. The one that happened first. Now, if I have that right, I don't know. Don't quote me. But a lot of interesting thoughts there. Hey, Anton, I was thinking about your computer this morning and last night. You know that Memorial Day is Monday, right? And there's a bunch of sales at Best Buy and wherever else, Micro Center and those kind of places. if you're not into buying the parts and building it, you might find some kind of a great deal. And if you don't want to mess with building it now, remember you've got kids and they're always pretty excited about a new gaming computer when Daddy gets a new one. That might be. I always seem to go down rabbit holes of that kind of thing, but then I guess I don't know. So a lot of people don't like doing that stuff. Put an Excel sheet together and price all the different components and see what's the best deal and the best bang for the buck and that kind of crap. Maybe that's overkill. When what you really want is a computer that does what you want it to do in trades. And so, what the hell are we doing here? Yeah. Okay, cool. Obviously, you want a good X factor, full form factor motherboard. I think and then you've got to start with a case that's going to support that with proper cooling, with good cooling, ventilation scores, and decide whether you want to have a fan cooling or whether you want to have an AI, which is called I forget what they call it, the water thing, where you have a block that goes on this top of the CPU and then a radiator and fans, FAI or whatever the initials are. I don't know. All-in-one cooling or whatever it is. I use the liquid ones. But my old computer, the AMD, the Ryzen 9, which Tam is still gaming the bejesus out of, still has the fan thing, which is, of course, much simpler. And God knows she burns that thing up. And it does great. Never any overheating or anything. And like I said yesterday, I'd look pretty heavy at the Ryzen AMD stuff because it's threads and cores, man. That's what you need for what we do, in my opinion. In my opinion. And I also don't know the prices now with all this goofy AI crap going on. Well, so that candle's going to be red pretty damn for sure here if they don't hurry up and do something. What will that mean? I don't know. I got to make sure I understand that data. Well, just looking at the chart, what would be the likely suspect? What I suppose? Do you suppose we're going to take the IB low first or the IB high at this point, right now? I guess it stands to reason we probably take the IB low, huh? So if I were to follow through with the suggested setup and based on the data, this is the 25% off the bottom, the 50 and the 75. I've pushed those through from that IRT strategy. So take the low, pull back. Now, looking at the statistics from looking at the low, how low can you go? Where am I now? God damn it, keeps doing that. Every time I go back and forth, it's the gap fill. Uh-huh. So, assuming that the low is taken first, there's a 70% probability that we reach the 50% level. So I would bypass the 25 for the 50 as the entry on the bottom side. In other words, if it takes the initial, I hope I had that on the right freaking screen. God darn it, if I didn't, let me show you. IB high first, break down. There's an 80% probability we take the 25. Yeah, okay. But there's a 70% probability we retest the 50% level. Meaning then that if we come down here and take this out, there's a 90 or whatever it was, 70% probability that we're going to retrace to the 50% line, smoking right past the 25. So the entry, my idea for the entry would be around between the 50 and the 75 and put the stop up here about the 75% based on the data. And that's going to be a thing in 4 minutes. Now, you might want to front run that down there from the, this is where I don't think front running would be a good idea, but we got to get down there and take that stat someplace. Look at them flashing down here. You see this? Watch this flash. And that's the overnight low. So the other side of the coin would be to front run the stat. Here they go with a flash and the 08s again. I use 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM in this machine, and I have 64 gigs of DDR4 in the AMD that that TAM uses. That's the big one. RAM, threads, cores, and RAM. That's what our computers use to calculate trading stuff. Ray tracing and all that BS is, where the light's coming from and reflecting off of something else. That's all gaming stuff, which is what these high-powered GPUs do, as I got it. Trying to think of the best GPU that somebody recommended to me that I just forgot when I saw the prices doubling and tripling. I actually have a bigger cooler over here that I was going to put on my system and upgrade the processor to one with more cores and threads. But that's the problem. See, I've locked myself into an i9, which means that it's a different motherboard, a different socket, a different everything. I can't go back to a Ryzen or whatever. They're specific. You have to determine what you're going to start with and then do. And I'm limited to my by my motherboard as to I've got an i9 12900K, and that K is an important letter because it means it's unthrottled. Anyway, I can only upgrade to a 149, I think is the number, and I'm limited to that by the chipset on the motherboard. So if I wanted to go to a newer, bigger i9 or Intel processor, I'd have to switch out the motherboard and basically, well, pretty freaking close to start over, The RAM would still work and all that. But, well, what is it? You got a motherboard. You've got the CPU. You got the RAM. You got the GPU. And you've got the power supply. I mean, really. Or at least that's, keep it pretty simple. That's kind of the way it works. Now, and the hard drives, and get yourself a couple of good SSDs, MD.2 or whatever they're called. Never have too much RAM. You got to have 128 gigs of RAM is even cool too, because RAM is where what we do is this calculation stuff. Not so much the ray tracing things and that, as I understand it. I'm a long way from Mr. Wizard. That's for sure. Let's see what IRT's up to. Not throwing any hedges on at this moment. We are we? Yes, the IT is set. IB is set. Football. Okay, I'm going to do something over here now. I think. Let me see something here. In case you're curious, I want to screen snap. Here's my system info. This machine. What's not there is the GPU. And I've got my GPU from memory is a NVIDIA RTX 3060, 12 gigs of RAM. You would want to be in the force, I think, if you can afford it. So now is the real question. What are we doing now? Well, we're sitting at the 50. What does that mean? Well, we closed the IB. Where did we close the IB? Well, pretty close to below the open, so it could be a red candle, but that's the mid, right? So 50-50, flip a coin. All that's got to happen is some goofball's got to come out and say something, and who? I don't know. That's where I guess pick a side and decide what you might want to do. My initial reaction, because I always seem to look for shorts, is to think, okay, we're going to target down here. Now, would this be an idea to take a short here at the 50 with the hedge on, targeting down here and point south because we still have an open overnight low? But in reality, where are we? We're right in the middle, right? So I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense. And probably the spot to have got it was the IB VWAP. The traditional trade setup theory is that once the IB is taken, then there's the retrace, and then there's the direction. And it's worth noting, look at this crap. This is what we're doing so far today. So what do we got going on for all these candles and crap? Let's try to see. I want to try to see how, if I got this, I want to try to see how to use it, right? So the BIOS is short. Red opening candle, 74% red session, meaning that we will close lower. It's a 74% probability that we're going to close lower today. Green candle, red candle. Opening continuation trade. 74% we're going to go lower, 26% we're going to go higher. Did I put the days in here? No, by weekday. Let's do that. Thursday. Pretty close. Now, let's see if I'm full of crap. Oh, look at there. See, there's the open. And there's the close. A red candle. But here we're trading. Formatted first, the IB high. That means that the IB low, and that's what I was saying earlier. You notice how the IB high was put in first, and then we came down for the low. So the second one is the expected to be taken out. I gotta say, it's really handy to have this trading view thing because it works. You know, zoom in, zoom out, zoom around. I look at IRT here and it's got all this great crap going on, and then I want to move something and the lag goes crazy and some other stupid shit happened. It's just, I gotta say, I like this. Oh, and I gotta say something else. I forgot that. I'm gonna get fired from the disco union here if I'm not careful. And OPEC is likely to agree on an oil output quota hike of 188,000 barrels per day at the June 7th meeting. Okay. And we've got his Trumpness. I thought he was doing something in the morning too. Let's check. Yeah, 10 o'clock. That's what I thought. You see how this thing gets goofed up with the timing? So we've got his Trumpness at the top of the hour here. So there you go. I'm off him. I'll be right back. Well, I don't know. Yeah, 5060 or 5070 are both good, but make sure that that they have a lot of RAM, GRAM built on. You know, at least. Anything higher than 12 gigabytes is really important because that's what does the computation. And 5060, I know 4088 or something like that was the last big thing I looked at. But yeah, I'm sure you know more about the RT, and that's what would be an RTX, I guess. I'm sure you know more about it than I do. But yeah, ooh. Now I'm all jealous. And in my opinion, the first place to start, in my opinion, is the CPU and the cooler. Because if you're going to use an all-in-one, an AIO or whatever, all-in-one solution or whatever they call it. In other words, it's a radiator and a cooling block. The block goes on the top of the CPU, and then the radiator goes somewhere. Those two things will dictate a bunch of stuff. First of all, the CPU dictates the kind of motherboard you need, which factor it is, and I forget the names actually. And then the cooler and that factor of your motherboard dictate the case. Because you've got to have the same, if it's an XG, whatever the hell the thing's called, I forgot, motherboard, that there are certain cases which handle those. And then if you have a certain size, like you got a 540 millimeter cooling radiator, the thing's got to fit in the case. And then the rest of it is pretty straightforward. I mean, the rest of it after that, and pretty much all of them will handle a bunch of RAM, and will handle a bunch of, they have a bunch of PCIe slots, and, they handle the RAM. The MVD2 disks and, the rest of it. But the motherboard the CPU and the cooling that you're going to use will dictate the kind of case you need, and then you can go from there. I think. And you can get nuts. I mean, some guys are using 2 GPUs and all this, but most all of that crap you read about is for gaming, which is not what we're doing. So, we're 10 minutes into the IB. We're smacking back and forth trading to or front running the level. Wouldn't have had the best results right now. I'm going to do something else for you while we're at it. Why not? Well, we might as well relax a little bit now. Yeah, where'd it go? Armored crate. This is my motherboard utility and stuff. Be able to see. Goes on here. I don't know what it's doing. Just talking to God or asking Elon Musk for permission, or I don't know what. I haven't started this in a long time, so maybe it's updating new things or something. Maybe it's just going to keep drawing this stupid picture. It's, there we go. So there you are. This is my motherboard. And the CPU and the DRAM. I did have this overclocked, but I turned it off because it was having issues that I didn't like. And here is all the other stats to do with. Now you'll see that my CPU is a little running hot at 87C. Yet I've got the thing. I've got the cooler in the front. Maybe I need to clean that radiator off. There's all the CPU stats, RAM, the GPU. You notice that, let's see, this looks different than it used to look. I was going to show you the stats about the fact that I'm still showing lags on IRT, but the GPU is not doing anything. The load. Oh, here we go. 22% utilization on the GPU. 19% average on the on the CPU, but it's running hot, which isn't good because you have a thing called thermal throttling, which can affect it. RAM usage 35%. None of this crap is a lot, and this machine is also running OBS and the stream, right? So, and I record the entire session of Bookmap and the stream. So it's recording OBS, it's recording Bookmap, it's pushing the stream, and yet you see the usage levels. So I don't guess I'm having any problem. But why the hell are these lags going on there? Yeah, it must be taking too much of something. You can pull up some sort of maybe you can pull up some sort of a utility like I've got here. There are others for just Windows, and see what you got happening. This is a great motherboard, by the way. And ATX, what does it say, the form factor? I can never remember all this alphabet soup. It's terrible for me. Market pressure tool do? Is that like I suppose, well, what are we gonna do here now except make a big batch of retail soup, maybe? I gotta wake Tam up at 10 and then take her at about 12 o'clock to her first job interview. She wants to get a summer part-time job. I'm not real pleased with the way that called her back, or called her in, but you know, it's good experience for her. Then I'll put the kibosh on. I don't want you to work there after that, but my little baby girl's growing up. She leaves notes on my keyboard at night. Please wake me at whatever time. Because she's up rocking that Ryzen 9 into the wee hours gaming. I can hear her squealing, so I know I know everything's okay when I hear her squealing. I suppose we're going to take that out here pretty quick, but I don't think I would be the one. Obviously, after the fact, it would be great to go, oh yeah, I got short. See how this, look at the liquidity flashing down there at the IB low. One thing I do think, obviously a laptop is pretty convenient, but I think you can get more bang for the buck building, with a desk machine. I think. I haven't really shopped new laptops for a long time. When I buy them, the last ones we bought was an Apple and then a PC for Yang, and Tam's got, like I said, she's got my old trading machine and of course iPad and stuff like that. She doesn't have a laptop. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm worried about, the safety of the environment and is she going to learn something there and all this kind of stuff. Who are the people and, all of that. Having a lot more mileage on the clock than she does. You would think we're going to get that IB stat, wouldn't you? They're still flashing them again. See that 08 down there flashing? And I'm, by saying flashing, I'm seeing the liquidity, book map flashing off and on, which is, of course, just them adding and stacking on to the level. But there's a pretty good sizable amount of liquidity at 10 and down at 8, so it would be pretty far-fetched for me that we're not going to go there. Really fighting the urge to front run this thing, but I don't think that's smart today at all. So I'm not gonna. So let's see now. It's 24C, cloudy, rainy some more, I guess, today. Comfortable. Well, my build was about 2,200, so yeah, that's about right, you know. And that's cheap. I'm surprised that you got it in that range with the kind of GPU you're talking about. I thought those damn things were higher than balls on a giraffe, you know, because I was looking to upgrade. I think that could be the weak link on mine, or the motherboard. That's why I bought the new cooling radiator, the 540 millimeter Arctic Cool. But it's bigger than my case, so I've got to either do some, you know, jury rigging to get the thing mounted outside the case, or buy a whole new case, and that's Jesus Christ, you know. My case is kind of a hybrid test rack, but it's real easy to work on everything, and I really liked it, and I keep it. It lives in a special spot in a rack, but it's a hold on. My case is a Cooler Master HV some damn thing, but it doesn't. The biggest rack it handles is the 420, I think, or the biggest cooler, the 420. So I've got to mount this 5, whatever the hell it is, on the outside. If I do that, and that will require updating the purpose for that was to update the GPU or the CPU to get more cores and still stay in the same form factor for the socket. But yeah, if you all of those bits and pieces for that kind of money, yeah, exactly. You know, what is that? Three double targets on a, you know, the Mini or something. I always look at it, you know, you can look at it that way. My standard risk neutral 2-lot, which is 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, 12 tick T1 and 48 tick T2 on the Mini. Both of those trading an E-Mini was $750. That's 60 points. 60 ticks, I'm sorry. So back days ago when I was trading those normally and having a fine time. Now I'm struggling along with micros here, trying to figure out what to do next. But yeah. Yeah, if that's got all the bits and pieces in it, that's pretty sweet. The laptop that I have here that came from the work, but when I lost the job there, it was it uses a Thunderbolt 4 hub, and that's how I drive the two upper monitors, which are 27-inch high def HPs on this rack in front of me. That thing is just sits, but I don't do anything with it. You know, it just monitors the stream and whatever. It doesn't really do any work, but it could, but it doesn't. But as much RAM as you can get in that 128 is even better than 64, you know. And if you had that big GPU with lots of cores, I guess you'd be damn taking over NASDAQ here probably pretty quick. I've tried doing the Hedge, by the way, a couple of different evenings in a row. I stopped recording the NASDAQ here during the day because it was sucking the air out of the room as far as my aggregation and everything going on Bookmap to record, but I've tried doing the hedge trade and that thing on the NASDAQ and the, you know, the mini and the micro. I think it's too fast for me to figure out. I'll try it some more to see, but yeah, how do you size the stop and the target and the ad and all that stuff and still have it be within risk parameters? I was not able to come to that at all. And what are we doing? Well, we're on the other side. We're on the upside of mid, right? Yeah. All this takes is some dork to tweet, you know, something, and I've even started thinking about doing some trading in the Globex in the evening because I'm not getting anywhere doing this. I mean, I'm going to start forcing to put these hedge trades on, but, you know, the thing that I would have to do to uphold my commitment to no trades off the stream is I'll have to start a secondary stream in the evenings for whatever that Globex would be. Yeah, I tried it on the replay, and you know, the first thing that happened was I realized that 5-point thing is, you know, that thing runs past that times 10 in the blink of an eye. I used to trade the NASDAQ. I'm surprised that, I guess I've been away from it for so long. I was actually funded trading the NASDAQ with Stratety, if I remember correctly, you know, using that platform. But boy, it seems like it's really ripping and snorting now. Oh, I tell you something else I looked into yesterday too. Hold on a minute. One thing to be sure of when you're talking about the Ninja Trader and the costs. Oh, this is my exact screen snap from my AMP statement, a recent one. This is a 2-lot micro. Now, yeah, commission's 8 cents, but you got to make sure all the rest of these charges, which every broker has, are calculated or figured into that one that you quoted, because this comes out incidentally exactly to $2.24 round trip, all in for the mini or for the micro. But if you just quote the commission off, it sound, you know, and say it real fast, it sounds great, and it's 8 cents, and there it is. But then there's the rhythmics, whatever the hell, and the client clearing client, and the NFA, whatever that is, some hocus pocus, and the exchange fee is the biggest one. So make sure that when you're seeing that one that's quoted from Ninja, that it's got everything in it. And I looked around, I had a Ninja account once, a Ninja brokerage account at one point, but I couldn't find any data about it in my Dropbox anywhere. I'm sure it's there. I just didn't, and it would be so long ago that it would not be applicable at this time, I'm sure. But just make sure it's not one of those tricky deals like, you know, commission is 8 cents, and then you find out that everything else adds on top of it. So that's the all-in exactly from, and I haven't traded them. I hadn't any minis on there, so I wasn't able to look at that one. And I don't know what the minis are, but I'll sure find out if oh no, I won't. This is Lucid with the hedge story, but it's definitely we'll get to the bottom of that with the AMP website's not very intuitive. Like, you can't just go look at rates, you know, and I think it's by design because they do everything different based on clients and account size and all that, so they don't publish anything really, I think. But yeah, there's that. I did look into that last night for you, thinking about you. Well, I got to go get Sleeping Beauty up. I'll be right back. Okay, we gonna get it here? What are we gonna do? Who's on third? Where am I? Yeah, we're gonna get that pretty quick, I guess. Now Gen's hollering at me because the dryer blew a breaker. Now, jeez. When it rains, it pours, doesn't it? All of a sudden, the dryers. I don't know whether I got to switch out the breaker. Maybe getting weak. I hope the dryer's not taking a crap. Can't imagine that it would, though. But anyway, I'll be right back. If we take out the IB low, I'll be pissed that I missed it. Sorry, I was talking in mute. Yeah, I don't want her poking around the service panel. So I, rearview mirror wise, of course, I knew this was going to happen when we retested here and I got short and I'm worth $1 million. I'm going to go jump in my Lambo and spin around the block. What I will do seriously is now, the trade now per the Edgeful data is to target the 50% drop pullback for the low. Oh, well, somebody said something, huh? And there was my 50% retrace and I wasn't here. Son of a gun. Who said what? We solved the world's problems. Everybody's happy. We're all gonna be wizards or what? This is where I should enter a short right now. Let's see what happens here. What the hell is that? Okay, and then 5 above 27 is 32. What is all that? Oh, okay. Oh, it's entering all of them. Okay. And then we'll go over here to the hedge and put 32 times 1, huh? I hope I got that in there right. Boy, that's a goofy looking thing there. Huh? I didn't know it was going to do all of that. So that's the hedge on, I think, I guess. Based on the edgeful data that we pull back to the 50%, and then we trade on down to the IB low again. Who knows? Only the shadow, I guess. Been so long since I did that, I forgot how to do it. Going through all those steps here in my mind, making sure I did the right thing. I'm not liking the look of this price action very well here, but we'll see what happens. What the hell are they waiting for? Is Einstein gonna say something or what? Well, per the statistics, this should go, we should now be targeting the low for about 80%. Yes. On Thursday, with a negative bias. I'm not liking this price action even a little bit right here, to be honest with you. Sorry about hitting the mic. Boom. Yeah, the problem is, per the statistics, this is what the trade should be today, with the IB, the continuation candle, and the stats. So that's the reason I'm sticking with, or that I went with this hedge. But I really don't like this price action. I'm considering just flattening it off right now, because this looks pretty spooky to me here, actually. What is this crap all about, you know? I don't know why it's doing that. I guess what I could do is put in a order at entry, and a POC moved up. Let's see, what do I want to do? I want to put in a long here at entry to edge that, or to take it out there. No, missed that opportunity. I was thinking about putting that order there to flatten, because of this goofiness here in the POC. You got the RTH VWAP down here and a bunch of other stuff I don't like going on. Now it's going to go up and trigger the hedge, I suppose, which will make me have to try to remember how to get out of this. Well, that is definitely a bar. I guess that's for sure. I'll be right there. I'm in a trade. I'm okay. I just don't like this action right here at all. I tell you what I'm gonna do too is flatten out right there. Get rid of that hedge. Get rid of the orders. Now it'll probably break my way, but I'm thinking you're exactly right. Well, the copy thing worked okay across all of them. Now it'll probably break down and go zooming out the bottom, of course, that I did that. But Yeah. Well, I did it, so there you go. Okay, well, cool. Wait a minute here. Let me get. It's been so long since I've been doing any trading. I have to. Exit. Yeah. Too low, too high, too somebody. All right, now I'm gonna go see what the boss is up to. She gets mad. Big trouble. I might be on the menu for dinner if I'm not out there quick. Okay, now Tam has changed the we're gonna go time to 1 or 1:30. So yeah, I'm not disappointed at all that I got out of this potential disasters. And I've got some bacon and eggs here that I'm gonna get my head around. So all those levels down below us. And this could break in the direction of my trade, but I just wasn't going to sit there and have that flop around and into a bad thing. I don't think it's worth it. or it's going to break down, I suppose. Yeah, sure as it will. Well, that was definitely a price check on aisle 3, huh? Yeah, time stops when your heart's in your mouth. Or, yeah. My lack of confidence in my ability to manage the hedge after it's on obviously was the fear factor, because once it's set up, that's the direction I had anticipated the trade to go, and it never went any other way. I shouldn't have been paranoid about that, but you know. That's great. So I'm assuming that those other 4 trades went to profit, right? That's great. You're doing great. That's fantastic. I got it. I mean, I saw one trade here, and I didn't manage it very well, but there you go. Oh, nice. They're sure fond of this price, aren't they? My. Okay. Well, yeah. This is fun, huh? When you're talking about 8 a.m., that's Eastern Standard, so. Yeah, never mind. Thinking out loud. Engage brain before starting mouth, huh? That's one of the pre-takeoff checklists. And I suppose now we'll go take out the IB high, which is completely backwards statistically. So I wouldn't have any possible way of thinking about that. But look at these liquidities at the 34 and the 440. Probably going to go there, I suppose, no? And remember, this one has a probability of 81.6, that overnight mid. How that got up there, I have no freaking idea, but, you know, it did. I had an interesting thing happen with the Hedge tool that I made that I don't know how to deal with. I don't know how to, I guess it's base 4, or, you know, it's base math. I don't know. I got to figure out how to do it so that the prices, I mean, obviously there's a way to do it. Everybody does, so it must not be too difficult. What I'm talking about is, what do we got going on now? Trump was through talking, I guess. Doesn't say so, though. Oh, Rubio says the Pakistanis are going to travel to Iran today. This was at 10:14. I don't see anything about Trump not talking anymore. So I don't know what to say about that. Anyway. What I was going to say was, I discovered quite by surprise in the Hedge tool here. Long, short, all the stuff's working pretty much okay, except for I'm still not convinced that I have the risk after the hedge is out, that I have the risk correct. But the thing I found really surprising, which I hadn't considered, the stop location. Notice how the hedge numbers are all correct for this entry price. Well, let's make it at wherever that went. Here's fine. 20, 5, all that stuff is fine. Okay, 24. Everybody's fine. Everybody's where they belong. 16. Notice where this is going. Everything is fine. Okay, let's put our stop at 18. Boop. Everything falls on its head, and all of the prices are not correct because of the ticks. I got to figure out how to change the math on this thing here. Instead of that part right there where the stop price is divided by 4, I got to come up with how that works so that the math is always correct in ticks. That threw me for a loop last night. I went, what the hell did I break? Why? How? What? Who? You know? I don't know. Well, that's something I got to figure out at some point. What the hell happened here? When did I shut off IRT? Oh, it died on its own. Well, I didn't even notice that. I'm busy doing the trading crap. Boy, Ned's got to be having a stroke. Check the database. Database is okay. Well, that's weird. Continue to start up. I didn't know that had even happened. Well, let's start the data now. And Jesus. Okay, so what happened now? We've got data, we've got everybody doing anything. Has it corrupted the layouts? That sometimes happens. And that's just always magical. This doesn't look very good here. They're coming back to life, I guess. Jesus Christ. Telling you. I gotta think of something different, I think. Well, we're gonna go up there and get those, and I'm standing over here dicking around with IRT, so that's just fun. 830s, okay, that's all right. Dave. Okay. Jesus. Now, what I've been doing, which is I'm intentionally not doing it anymore because I think it develops a bad habit. In the replays, I would just throw it on Hedge. I'd throw on a trade in a Hedge wherever, just to make sure I had the mechanics down and looking at how I was going to manage them and all that kind of stuff. That's a bad idea, obviously. But throw one on over here, going up, and see what the hell happens. What's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to lose $125, I guess, unless you manage it improperly, and that's the part I still haven't gotten figured out. So that I'm completely confident in it, my ability to manage it. I would have to expect that they're going to get up to 40 here. That liquidity has been sitting out there a long time. Completely contrary to the data, but in the, you know, the IB situation, but what are you going to do? Huh. Now here's an interesting one. According to this thing, this indicator right here, no initial balance has been broken. According to this platform. Not even close. So am I losing my mind or what? 1010. It says, this says that these two never even close to the IB low, whereas Bookmap, they definitely took them out. Whoa, that's no good. How the hell do you trade like that? And this is real-time micro E-mini CME data. Wow. Huh. Sorry, wrong window. That's pretty weird. No IB high, no IB low. Price location within the IB. Wow. That's really weird. I wonder, very clearly it was taken right there. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, that's pretty weird. Let's see what the Hedgeful thing says. When was the IB break? IB balance breakout? This, oh wait, I guess it would be the what's in play thing. Don't ask me about all this stuff. I don't know. Completed. Well, where the hell is the... I don't want this ICT crap as much as I want to see what the initial balance is. Where did that go? I got to see how to set this up better, I guess. Let's see if that's part of this filter thing here. No, there's no initial balance here anywhere. Yes. Low. Breakout. Yes. Well, according to this, it's happened. I don't know. That's pretty strange that TradingView doesn't have that. And I'm sick and tired of this gap fill crap. That's the wrong day, but you get the point. No, wait. Days. I want to go to days. Let's get the right days over here. Get this thing on all days. Wednesdays, Thursdays. I'm not sure how this works. So, IB low formed first. Where are the dates? Oh, here we go. What's today? That's the next question. Well, these only go to the 19th, so they're 2 days behind. Okay, I'm pretty surprised about that, this thing right here. According to this, there is no initial breakout today. Well, that's pretty weird, if you ask me. Now we can test that over here. Oh, God, again. Right there. By the wick only. But still. Whoa, Jesus, look at that. Well, no trade. Oh yeah, one trade, one long. IB failure long to both targets, whatever that is. $64 ticks. So there is the IB long. The old-fashioned zoned IB long goes to both ticks. That's the one that used to make money, and the reason that I've gone to this de-risking idea because it fell on its butt. Well, then you got to figure there's something going on wrong with that. That's obviously. Go to their tech support. Maybe it's a glitch, or re-download it, or maybe it's incompatible with one of your drivers. That's probably it. But their tech support should be able to plumb you up. Not that you don't still want a different computer, maybe, but. Okay, it's 11:09. I got to think about getting organized to get old Hermione Gingle to her job interview here. And make sure when she wants to go do that. And I got to get through the car wash quicker before her. Well, let's see. One stupid little trade didn't test the hedge, so don't know about that. But this should say everything about the trades in and out, and the volumes and the copier and all that crap. And here we go to the upside. I think it's amazing. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'd definitely check with ATAS and say, hey, that I have identified that very definitely this one, whatever that is, widget or something or another, is crashing my machine. And do that. If you go to the search bar and do sysinfo, you'll get that thing popped up that I had. That might help them. It may be a driver thing that you've got to update one of your drivers. How old is the machine? Well, none of my business. And what do I know? I'm sure their tech folks will plumb you right up. Because this is something pretty, this is something a application developer definitely doesn't want to have happening on any kind of a more than one guy deal. So if it's happening to you, it's probably happening to a buttload of other people. Just my guess. And an ungraceful shutdown like that, a crash is a really, that does a lot of harm, has the potential to do a lot of harm to other things that are just, an ungraceful shutdown is not good for your machine and the software. I don't guess it hurts the machine as much as it just gets the software tied in a knot. Well, I would be pretty damn surprised if we don't hit 39 or 40, and then probably even 41. Not surprised enough to get long, but I'll be real interested to hear the analysis on these Edgeful guys later tonight about today's trading, because that's clearly the IB low would have been the target. Unless I'm nuts. Well, here's a breakout. Let's see if the bar's open. Let's check that out. For lack of anything better to do. Well, there we go. The bar's open. So there was the bar. There was a breakout. We haven't had a retest. There's another bar. We haven't had a breakout or a retest. They look like they're coming down to retest this one, though, don't they? One thing I am encouraged about here are these settings. It's pretty well identified this distribution, and to an extent captured both of these rather than just the one, I guess. But that's encouraging, I think. I got everything working. It looks like so. So nothing going on over there. I mean, oh, one thing I want to look into, if there's a wick or a close. Criteria over here. I don't think so. Because this is the IB, period. And there are the candles. So something's really wrong. This candle right here, let's see, where's the goddamn, isn't there a info box around here somewhere? I'm sorry I'm such a donut with this. I have never used this thing before. I wonder how you do they got a lot of pretty cool tools, though. I mean, I will give it up for TradingView, like the thing to measure out your risk and measure the length of a trade with just common sense kind of stuff. And things seem to work, like you don't see all the choking and sputtering around with the crosshairs. I don't see an info box here somewhere, though, do I? I also don't see it. Tool tips. Hide options, whatever that means. Lock drawings, no. Well, I was figuring there ought to be an info box around here somewhere, some stupid smiley face. Icons, oh, that's important. Well, I guess there isn't, maybe. Is it at the bottom? It's probably a hotkey, like a something, and you see what the info box is. What I was trying to figure out was the low of this candle. Well, first of all, 29. Oh, shit. Look what I did. What a dummy. I'm on the NQ. Well, there you go, Einstein. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that amazing? Football. I was looking at that last night when I was trying to practice trade the NQs. You can see how quick to the game I am on this one. But, okay. So that makes perfect sense now. I'm happy. I was going to be really buttered if this thing was all backwards. What's this say? What's new all about? And broker words. I'm so excited. Okay. Well, there you go. So the old, the old guys are fun to watch. Didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about the instrument. I so rarely ever look at anything else. Good. Okay, cool. But that's definitely now. This will be real embarrassing if I'm looking at the wrong freaking instrument over here, but I am not. This is the ES, however. This is not the MES. So I keep changing that, and it keeps doing something different. Yes. 80 IB low, first break IB high. Well, Okay, I think I'm confused again. Low formed first. So there's an 81% probability to take out the IB high when the IB low has formed first. Well, it's the other way around. Bias is long. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Back to the drawing board in this crowd. I have to figure out what's going on with TAM and the Ram, the Sham, and the Pharaohs. So we're in just a trading range. This would be an Al Brooks trading range. This thing. Okay. Well, I'm sort of disappointed that I'm not filthy rich now with that trade. So, you know, I'll have to hop right on to the next strategy. Isn't that typical? But look at this. What is that? What would you say that is? I'd say that is a prime description of retail soup right there, pretty much. It is, you know, 34 handles, 33 handles. Wide, so you should be able to scalp that and make some money. If you know, got that rear view mirror polished up and you got long right here and short right here and long right here and short, stopped out right there. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. And we got a doji going on over here, which makes perfect sense. So I'm going to make sure the girl is up and whatever's going on there and get the updated timing. I don't see any other entries today. I mean, on the horizon for me at this point. So I'll be standing by. And I know I better see to my disc jockey job here. I know everybody's mad about that now. I'll put on some long term. Try this one here. Try that one. Well, that's not very many. Not a lot, but it's like. Trump says the U.S. will get Iran's uranium, will likely destroy it. That was at 11:13 this morning, 2 minutes ago. So, and he's busy talking. At 12:20 and 11:20, he's busy talking right now. So be on alert. We're going to pay back $149 billion in tariffs. That was a good idea. And add on top of that the cost of administration and the cost of inflation to the American people. Wow. But the Iran conflict wins soon. 11:15 this morning. So there you have it. What more is there to it? What more is there to think or expect, or to say? Trump says it's over, so there you go. Yeah. The market has turned down on that news. I'm going to step away and get myself organized ahead of TAM, so I'm out of the road. Got the music going. No trades on the horizon for me. In and out of that one. Didn't get to scratch, which is fine. Or hedge, which is fine. Still wouldn't have been making any money. This little drop down here would have been profitable by not quite. Yeah, just barely 10 handled. But that would not have been a target to exit because it hadn't reached the expected target of the initial bounce. That didn't happen. This time I'll try to remember to put it in the damn chat. I forget that what I'm saying doesn't go there. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Cool. Oh, that looks great now. Okay. Oh, dark like night here today. Now, thinking about this, I realized something I've been doing wrong. Or an approach to the modified trade plan here. Oh man. So what I'm going to do here, Magic Trader. Well, how do you do? Magic Trader, welcome. Like, subscribe, send money, you know, all the usual YouTube stuff. Yeah, well, Bookmap is, as you see at Bookmap. Now, I use a much more, I don't have all the levels and all the colors and all that stuff going on here. And this is the last price rather than bid, ask, last, and so many things you can see. And frankly, when I see those, someone's chart or screen grab or whatever with all of that stuff, I can't even really see where price is. So this is how I approach it. Now these are significant liquidities. You can see right away, this is the book. These are the prices. You can see that that's a significant level of liquidity, and you can see when it came into the book and that it still remains. As for the rest of these, you can set that stuff up. You can do all kinds of things with this. There's that, all the different colors and nonsense going on, in my opinion. And you can set the liquidity in terms of, well, a lot of things. And all of these bubbles are delta, which you can also set the cutoff on. My goal is that I want to see price, the VWAPs, the POCs, mid, and then these prices levels, which I push for my RT. Because I'm not interested in all the other stuff. I trade basically a real simple approach. Price data. These are the session prices. Come from my RT. Volume and probabilities. These statistics. That's how I approach it. So far today, I am implementing a new hedging technique into the system, the trade plan, and I had the way I have Bookmap set up to plot trades is real straightforward and completely transparent. There's the entry. That's the break-even price. There was the stop or the hedge level. Targets would be below, and this is where it went out. Now, if you put a trade on with bracket orders, like multi-brackets, which is a good way to go if you're not doing the hedging, then you'll get a stop and targets. This is a real congested day. This is IRT. This is today's range so far. There's the open. Here we are. There's yesterday's RTH session. Micro NQ. This is my high time frame chart, which is a micro composite. Well, it should. It's supposed to duck under my voice, so I don't know why ducking's not working, but there you go. There you are. Thanks for the heads up, because I don't have sound in here. I don't have speakers. So if I want to hear the music or whatever, I have to put on a headset. But OBS is set to duck under the mic, but it's apparently not doing it. So, oh well. But thanks a lot. Let's see. Well, what you can see about liquidity levels by looking at the heat map is exactly where they came in and exactly where they lifted off. This liquidity right here came into the book after this price here, not before it. Otherwise, there'd be this line would extend, would go this way somewhere and be broken. So this came into the book after this price action. Try to find an example differently here, but let's see. And this is the way I plot stuff. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session, so that when I look left, if I see Blue Boy over here, and this is the active current price, current data, I know that without any question about it, that this is the entire session so far. This is the context. What is it? Boy, it's a chop fest. Retail soup is what I call it, because all of those boys and girls that can't resist clicking the mouse are just getting hammered. Jumping in the blender. Now, I was just saying there, oh yeah, sorry. Oops. There you go. You're going to be nice to have around. I forget that all crap all the time. There's Blue Boy, the vertical line. Real expensive indicator. That's on the first print. So there's the first print of the RTH session, and here we are currently. That is, without question, the session. And if you want to see, you know, there's the first print of the ETH, and so on and so forth. Because knowing, I think being firmly rooted in the context is really important and can have a big impact on how you trade, how I trade. You know, the human mind is especially, monkey boy is what I call it, is especially good at seeing patterns that aren't there, confirmational bias, all of that stuff, which also feeds into FOMO and all those emotional things that is comes down through our wiring, but doesn't do us any good in the trading environment. No, not at all. I don't buy and sell at all at liquidity levels. What I use are structured trades. I only trade vetted setups, and I do those between a new data source that I have called Hedgeful and my old IRT setup. And the way that works is, for example, this is a vetted setup of the initial balance trades, both long and short, based on a continuation or pullback idea and fixed zones. Here's the trade the system took today for 64 ticks or whatever it is. Because, yeah, 64 ticks, because there's the long, there's T1, and there's T2. The way the system works is, unfortunately, the session marker or the signal markers didn't work today, didn't display, but it doesn't matter because this is the important part. This is the part that's generated by the trading system. Any signal markers or whatever over here are generated simply as visual references. So what happened? We took the IB right there. Where did we go? We took the IB right there. We didn't extend into the continuation zone. We came back to the pullback zone. We came down to the trigger, entered the trade long. T1, T2. Simple as that. The trade I was focusing on today, and have been based on the Edgeful data, is here. One thing for you, if you're not familiar with IRT, in the heading of every one of these tabs or windows, you'll see the, get away. There's the name of that window, which is meaningless to anybody, obviously, except me, I guess. There's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that's something to remember. So, and you never get lost, right? You can always look at, so here we go again. It's the MES, there's a 5-minute chart, and it's the full session. Now, how's that work? Well, this is just a new idea I've been working with. It tracks all the sessions from around the clock. So the green lines here are the high and low of the London session. The gold lines, which you can't see anymore. Well, maybe we can get back over it. Yeah, there you go. The gold lines here are Asia. This is, come on, this is London. And here's where New York starts. Now, the reason this is a different shade of green, I keep the colors uniform across all the platforms. The IB is this lime color. The developing point of control is this yellow. Red is the actual point of control. These whatever magenta things are, that's VWAP. Over here, same story. IBs, VWAPs, developing points of control, mid. So that's how it works. In a nutshell, right? You can ask me anytime you want. No, IB is the initial balance is the first 1 hour. The official definition of the initial balance, which comes from the market profile days, is the first hour of the RTH trading session. And that's what you'll see plotted here. Now these session prices, if you can use these, if you have Bookmap or some charting system that can use a CSV file with these values, I push them starting at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through 1600 on Friday. Free, help yourself. Just let me know. There's something in the chat and we'll get together and I'll hook you up. It's a CSV file that comes down out of Google Sheets because that's where I push it up, figuring it would be, that would be the safest way to distribute to anybody and they wouldn't have to worry about it being some skullduggery, right? But these are the session prices which push from IRT to Bookmap. These price levels on these indicators also push from IRT. Now these represent the zones of this right here, this IB, the EF IB, and that's based on Edgeful data. This is the trading system coded up around this. These charts here that you see next to a trading system have nothing to do with the trading system other than they visualize what's going on in the system. And another real important point is the trading systems that I'm backtesting and vetting trade in the IRT simulated environment with real current live rhythmic data, the same as over here on Bookmap, but this is where I trade live myself. But I'm not good enough or confident enough in these, in particular these new systems that I'm in the process of vetting to have them be trading live money or even prop, right? So that's where that's at. Here's an example of a new system that I'm just starting to vet. This is called a bar trade. It's a breakout and retest. Well, it's pretty simple, right? You've got a bar, you break out, retest, and usually goes in a direction or the other. But in order to vet that or create a system for it, the first thing you've got to be able to do is programmatically define the bar, the consolidation area. And that's what this page is working on doing with this indicator that I've got dreamed up here. Let's see here. Here's, we're trading at 104% volume for this candle in time, 1 minute candle, looking back over 20 trading sessions. And our ATR is 3 points for the same candle, 1 minute candle at this time. Boop, 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 there's that. The stats, this is where the stats come from. This is where these statistics come from here based on the statistical open type, which is real simple. I go through this every morning. I start at 8 o'clock in the morning and go through this at the pre-market, identify the open type, set up the statistics, you know, set up the software and whatever else every morning at 8. And all the times that I speak of or that you see here are Central Standard Time. So here are the statistics for today. Lower in range. Look over here. How do I know that at 10 minutes past 8 in the morning? Well, because it's real simple to figure out. Like everything else, it's logical and systematic, not discretionary or whipping and spurring or gunslinging. How do these statistics work? Well, it's real simple. The system looks back at the most recent 1,745 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 512 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight mid 82.6% of the time, the overnight POC 81.4%, and so on. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type in blue, but only after 8:30 in the morning, and I do all this around 8:15. It also changes the text color from black to blue if that level has been revisited. Now, why I'm here is to answer your question a long way around about the initial balance. It's a real old statistic that comes from the market profile world, if you're familiar with that. And it's the most probable statistic every day. Right here. And all the statistic says is very simply that at some point between, I'll give you Central Standard Time here, at some point between 9:30 in the morning and 1600 in the afternoon, which is the balance of the RTH trading session, the initial balance high or low will be revisited 97.9%, 97.6%, in the case of today, 98.4% of the time. That means that there's a 1.6% probability that neither one will be touched. Think of that. Now, if you're thinking ahead, you're going, well, how about if both of them get touched? That's right here. Both the IB high and the IB low is 33%. So every day, start out with determining the statistical open type, and then I replace these values over here in the current day. And those are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but they're probabilities, and you'll start being amazed at how frequently they're revisited every day. So that's how basically the stream works in a nutshell. And like I said, I just trade vetted trades, so I trade the IB. And the other thing upon which this system is built is the Edgeful data stuff. So this is the this is Edgeful, in case you don't know what that is right there. But it's a real, there's a what's in play, there's a screener, there's a bunch of other pretty cool things going on here. But it's, what I'm trying to do is replace the hours of work I put in, the hours of work that I put in building something like this, because I'm not a code wizard, right? I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, and that's the truth. So building this took me quite a bit of time and learning to find out what are the probabilities? You know, how frequently do we, when we open in a specific configuration, do we take the IB high, for example, whatever. So, and what I'm trying to do to replace all of that work is to use Edgeful, and there's some of their techniques. This is basically the code or the setup of one of the Edgeful IB continuation trades, and then I've coded it so that I can run a back test on it to see if my stats match how they come up with theirs, which is, of course, pretty close. And the way this would work is just, let's say we've already determined that we have we have a continuation. It's going to be long, whatever. Let's get to the right chart here. Sorry about that. So here we are, initial balance, standard. There's the breakdown only, 76% of the time. Now this is a what's in play version. So this means that we put in the IB high first, and that means the IB low would be taken out. So that's a single break and it's a short bias. And we can do this even better. We can go by days of the week, and we can see that on a Thursday, 78.26% of the time we had a single break on the IB, 21% we had a double break, and and zero break. And remember when we looked at the statistics for IRT, this was a 1.4% probability. Well, that's pretty close to zero, I guess. I don't think they're probably that, depending on how their data comes through, but that's why I said there's a 1.4% probability that we're going to take out the, there's a 8.4%, we take them both. There's a 1.4, that means that there's a 1.6% probability we won't take either. And that falls in line pretty well with the Edgeful data. And then on top of that, the way you can approach it and how that trading system works is you take it to the next step, which is by retracement. So based on Thursday, by wick, 5-minute candle, and this is 8:30. This is Central Time because I don't New York time. So this is the cash market. I mean, this is the cash IB, first hour, bottom line, wherever you live in the world. So the retracement means that after the IB has been taken, and in this case, the IB, they call breakout up and break down short. After the IB's been taken to the downside, there's an 80% probability that price will retrace to 25%. And there's a 70% probability price will retrace to 50% of the IB. What the hell does all that mean? Well, that means right here. So, come on, widen out there, wake up, everybody dance. There we go. We took out the IB right there. At that moment, there was a 70% or 80% probability we would retrace to this line. And there was a 70 or whatever it was, 60% probability we would trace to the 50% level. Guess what? Guess where this went? It closed on the 50%. So that's how I'm, oh shit. Thanks. God damn it. So I don't know where I lost you, but you get the stats, right? There's the stats. There's the IB. The Edgeful stuff, that's what's important to show you. Here's the retracement. I got to get the thing on a different monitor, a lower monitor. It's a 4-rack monitor in front of me, and that's on the upper right, so I'm old and dumb. So here is the breakout based on the retracement daily on Thursday. If we break the IB high first, this is what to expect. If we break the IB low first, this is what to expect. So We broke the IB low. We expect to retrace 80% probability we retrace 25% of the IB from the bottom, obviously. 50% is 70% of the time we expect to get to 50%. Then 30 we go to 75. So looking at it on my stuff, which is here, there's where we broke the IB. This is the IB. We took it out, and this is the new high of the session, the low of the session. There's the IB. There's a 80% probability we're going to get to here, 25%, see right there. And there's a 70%, I think it was, that we would get to here, which is 50. And we did, exactly. Boop, boop. Now there's an even 38% probability we get up to here, which we did. Typically, the way you trade this is, there's the breakout. When it gets to here, you enter short, assuming it's going to go back down this direction, and you put your stop somewhere above here and here because of the percentages. That's the theory, right? Because there's only 25 or a 30% probability we're going to get to the 75% level. So that's how I'm using Hedge flow. And there's some other stuff you can do that's even snazzier here, but I don't know how much you're into different things. But if you code up the same IB, and here are the levels. This is a breakout to the upside. Here are the levels and the pullbacks that we were just looking at. Then you can run the backtest code, and this does a Monte Carlo and pulls all the data together. And there they all are. And here you go. And let's say, for example, we want to look at the most profitable, which is 42%. This is that specific test. 42%, 45% win rate, 2.8 profit factor, 123 trades, da-da-da-da-da-da. There's the equity curve, drawdown. Did you overfit? Were you a dummy? Are those things all okay? The parameters. The trade performance. Trades by day, by hour, long, short, rolling window, monthly P&L, exit reason, and scatter plot and P&L distribution. So yeah, I think this is a real valid tool, and I'm looking forward to not having to spend so many hours in eyesight burning up staring at my coding those things in IRT. That's the plan. Another thing you can do with Hedge flow, which is pretty cool, they have a bunch of indicators which they've ported across to Trading View, and I know nothing about Trading View really, but for example, here's the session prices. This is the initial balance. This is the continuation candle. These are the initial balance levels. You can also set levels for the targets. I could show you how to do that in Hedge flow also. And then there's a whole buttload more. I mean, they've got like 150 reports. I don't know how many indicators they've got here for this, but they got lots of them. And it's a pretty cool program. I'd never really looked at it even before, but it's pretty easy to navigate around. It's a lot easier for me to just swing around and look at prices and stuff than it is in IRT, to be honest with you. So there you go. And that's the point of the stream. So either remain risk neutral by the 2-lot risk neutral configuration, or now the hedge setup, which was introduced and suggested by Anthony here in the stream, in the group. There you are. So now you know as much as I do. This market profile, by the way, or volume profile, is the week. Just something I was trying. You see these levels here, these percent levels of the IB. I have a way that I push those in addition to the session prices and stuff. I push those to Bookmap, and you see them over here. There's the IB high and 25 and 50 and 25 off the bottom, or I can push these. assuming it switches. Hello. I can push these zones, the pullback zones, the continuation zones, and the trigger zones. I can also push those to, I don't know what IRT is doing. It's having lots of problems with lags because there's so much data coming down the pipe. See the lag? This is seconds. Can't trade that. Fortunately, I don't trade it, but I mean, come on. You know, that's the point, isn't it? Ooh, we got a pop there. Somebody said something. There's some news. Well, the war's over. We took out that liquidity that's been sitting up there to the tick, bam, zoom, and away we go. Now the IB high is probably on the table. So there we go, new IB high. Now that's a 34% probability that in this configuration we'll take out both IB high and low, and we just did. See this liquidity is sitting up here at 74.50. Well, if they don't take that out, I'm a monkey's uncle, which is of course, I guess the truth because we are. Here we go. That's obviously news. Oops. Obviously news. Wrong window again. Yeah, you don't have to call me sir. You can call me dummy because I can't get these windows figured out. Yeah. So there's the news. How do we know that? What do we do about news? Well, you may not be familiar with this part either, but this is investing.com, which is my old news thing. If you're from IRT or somewhere, this is what, or TLab, this is what I post from every day at about 6 in the morning. And here's what happened here. What happened here? Something. What time is it? 12:12. Well, nothing in here yet, but you know that was a news spike. That's got to be something to do with Iran, obviously. Trump couldn't have done that because he's not saying anything. It could be that the bond auctions turned out real well. And the rate may have come down a little bit, but I don't see that here. Not that I'm a real wizard at reading the bond stuff, but let's see if Bloomberg's got something going on. Fed rate cut before 27 slips to 33%. No, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have, 34 minutes. Could take months for gas prices to fall given the Strait of Hormuz reopened. This is all 34 minutes, 35 minutes ago, nothing this recent. So something's happened here that I don't know about. Somebody said something or posted something. Typically we've been having posts from the Supreme Leader said this, and then Al Jazeera says, no, he didn't say that. That kind of thing. But look how they took that liquidity, huh? Boop. Within a point, or within a couple of ticks. Here's the high. This is the, where did we go? Whoops. Here's the RTH high. That's today. This is the, you might not know this. This is the MC column. This is where I enter data from the micro composite column on IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes in the most recent IRT micro composite chart. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. This is the delta and the RTH volume profile for today's RTH session. These are the session statistics and the session prices, and then I talked about the liquidity in the book, the full level 2, and the session prices. So that ought to have you up to speed there, Magic Man. Okay. Yeah, well, you know, there's some other programs coming out that have pretty cool heat maps in them in competition with Bookmap. ATAS, which Anton in here uses, trades with daily very successfully. And apparently Deep Charts is doing the same thing. So there's, you know, before you go zooming in, and obviously you can take a subscription monthly and just pay as you go. But before you go buying something like a license or something, check it out, you know. I use very little of the bells and whistles on Bookmap. Oh, here we go. Here's what caused that bump at 12:15. Yep, exactly. There you are. Read it away. This, by the way, is Financial Juice, which I guess you know. You can filter these for wherever you are. The Financial Juice has non-typical economic data like Trump talking about something or whatever else, which is good to know because that's certainly a potential risk today to the auction. Investing.com just talks about traditional economic stuff. So I like that one for basic reporting. But here's exactly why we had that big pop right there. There you go. And up we go. Up and away. To the moon, Alice. Here's that liquidity. Boom! They're going to get them. There's the 60s. Well, they took the 50s out, and there's the 60s. So if you're long, you're a happy guy. Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. And that's what this whole thing's about, man. It's a group effort. This is not a my way or the highway stream. Suggestion, you know, oh, I think you're crazy. Good idea. The object is to develop and maintain consistently profitable trading business based on price volume statistics, not, you know, moon cycles, or I think I got a feeling over here, or my girlfriend's, you know, kissed me twice, so I'm going, oh, you know what I mean? Not discretion. Yeah, well, if you knew that was coming, you're a happy guy. 40 handles, basically. Yeah, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. Well, if you're just looking for liquidity, when Anton gets back, Anton V, you see his name up the way there? That's what he predicates his stuff on. And he does not use Bookmap. He uses ATAS. Oh, and you're trading MQ, so well, there you go. So you got a pile of money? Well, you know, send it on over. Yeah, never the point here. But yeah, nice to drop in and certainly contribute. That's great. Welcome. Now I'm going to step away again because I've got to get ready to take our young sweet daughter to her very first job interview. I don't know what a box candle is, but okay. What charting software are you using, if I may ask? Here's the biggie right here. Of course, this is the S&P, which might have more movement than the NAS. I don't know. I haven't traded the NASDAQ much lately. At one point, that's all I did trade. But whatever works is what works, right? Oh, okay. Well, I used to trade the NASDAQ. I got funded trading on the back of the day with Tradevate. Know it well. Yeah, it's good. I thought it was great. I was using Tradevate before Ninja bought them. Haven't since, but it was a good platform then, and yeah, worked fine. So yeah, good stuff. And Tradevate's really impressive. I mean, TradingView's been impressive to me. I'd never even looked at it really until I got those indicators from Edgeful. And boy, they got a lot of bells and whistles. Like I said, it's a hell of a lot easier to jump in and navigate around than it is here on IRT. And another thing I was shocked about TradingView, I didn't realize that it was such a developed program. The TradingView Platinum, or whatever the hell they call it, with all the crap and tick data and who knows what all, it's like $300 a month or 200 and something bucks a month. I was shocked. I didn't realize any of that happened. Been using this stuff for quite a long time, and I'm kind of hooked into Bookmap because I set up, like I said, I set it up for just minimum heat mappy stuff and the volume profiles and things I like, and the execution ability that I like with it. I don't really use it for all the other things that most people do, and I happen to have bought the license. So, you know, unless something else came along that I thought was way more of an advantage, then it's no point in changing at this moment. Plus, I can push. That's the same problem I have with IRT. I can push things like the session prices and the different configurations for these trade setups to Bookmap, and I know how to do that all without any problem. So there's that. Now it's called ATAS, or well, if you scroll up there, you can see it. ATAS or ASAT. Hold on a minute. Now you got me confused. I'm dyslexic, so that's an easy thing to do. ATAS is, I'm sure what it is. And it's, if you scroll up in chat, he talks about it. And if you, and it's supported by all the brokerages and brokers, whatever else. That's another thing, ATAS, that's another thing that you need to pay attention to is, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're trading with Tradevate, you're trading with Ninja Brokerage, or are you trading with that Tradeify prop idea? Well, whatever. Whatever you're doing and however you're making money, you need to be sure, of course, that the software you're thinking about using is supported by whoever that company is. Well, the risk is the most important thing for you to keep in the front of your mind at all times, because your job as a trader is to preserve your account. That is the fundamental objective. And then, of course, to grow your account next. But the fundamental way that you manage and preserve your account is risk management. That's why I have Financial Juice Up, so that I can have some heads up when, Captain Crisis is going to start tweeting something and boom goes the market. I want to know in advance if possible and be flat. That's really important. And putting on how you how you trade. For example, until the hedge maneuver here, the reason for the name of the channel, Risk Neutral Trading, is I used multi-brackets, wherever the hell they went now, multi-brackets. And the way multi-brackets work, I don't think I can do them at the same time here, but let's check, maybe. So here is multi-brackets. First, this is a 16 tick. The minimum size of a risk neutral methodology is a 2-lot package. 2 lots. Then you decide the number of ticks that you will risk on this 2 lots. So this is 32 ticks that you're risking on a micro ES. You determine that by your account risk parameters. If you're in a prop shop, what's the drawdown, all that kind of thing. The burn down rate in your risk calculator, if you have one. At that point, the first take profit target is automatic because it's for 1 lot, half of the package, and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute you achieve T1, the worst you could possibly do in the trade is scratch, risk neutral. And then you have your runner go for the moon, Alice. That's the basic risk neutral, and you can do as many configurations as you want, you know. And get creative as hell. Sorry, I sneezed. So that's how I traded forever until this hedge idea has materialized, which is again risk control. Instead of taking a stop, that's when the hedge activates, and then the worst you can possibly lose under that configuration, in this case, is $125, no matter what the market does. But you're not out of the trade. You always have the opportunity of taking off one of the other legs and recouping or making a profit. That idea is best illustrated with this tool I made called right there. Now, this is the MES and the ES. Long or short changes how it works. Let's say we enter at 74.50 with a 5 lot. There's the entry right there. Then when we reach our stop, which is 20 ticks, we add 5 right there, and we hedge 1 mini right here. Our hedge exposure is 12.5. Our total risk is 12.5 because we're in 10 lots, and there's what we're risking. So at this moment, we're fully hedged. Price can go up or down or whatever it wants to do, and the maximum you're ever going to lose at that point, and in that configuration, if you took them both off simultaneously, is $125. Can go against you 1,000 ticks, but that's all you're going to lose. Because as price goes down, the mini is making money, and as price goes up, the micros are making money. And the scratch is 2.5 points from here. So that's that. Jack. And then, I made this tool to do different stuff. Back testing tool is right here. This is every one of these lines is a back test on micros, and above that minis. How many trades? I don't know I got to change these values because I changed the lookups. That's why that's goofy. There's 500 days, 442 trades, 199 winners. Average winner $1.30, 242 losers. Average loser 63. You got 1 scratch. There's the win rate. There's the loss rate. There's the expectancy, the R value, risk reward ratio, consecutive profit loss, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, profit, commission, net. Every one of those is based on a back test from IRT. So there you go. And if you don't have this, you ought to think about this too. This is a risk calculator. How big your account is, how much you risk on every trade. Tells you if in ticks or dollars. It tells you how many consecutive trades it will take to blow your account up based on these different your different win rates. And then you get a profit factor and the realized win rate for profitability over 100 ticks. So that's, yeah, risk is a real big deal. It's the biggest deal, in my opinion. There's a lot of people that say, and I'm not sure that it's entirely correct, entries is pure BS. Just slap on a trade. It's trade management and risk management that is what makes a trader. I don't know that for sure, but somebody smarter than I can probably speak to that. No, you can, because what I'm doing is legal. It's not hedging. A typical hedge that's illegal or wash trading is when you put on 5 micros and short 5 micros, long 5 micros and short 5 micros. That's not legal. That's not permitted. But if you go long micros and short mini in the same account, that is very definitely legal with most every hedge fund prop firm that I know of. Check it out. But yeah, it is with Lucid for sure. That's completely different. That's 2 separate contracts. So, and and what you have to do, of course, is keep the ratio straight. That's why the add is the additional 5 contracts of the micro, because now you've got 10 micros on and 1 mini. That is the 10-to-1 ratio. That's a full hedge. But check it out. Absolutely. Check it out. What does who use? What does Anton use? Anton uses ASTS. And he's been looking at Ninja. Yeah, he's a real nice guy, smart guy. Contributor here. So I'm going to have to gather up my kettle in my old kit bag and put on my Levi's and whatnot and scoot down the road with Tam. I will keep the music. This is the day the music died. I better make sure that doesn't happen. Something, I don't know what. I'm assuming that I'm going to be back before the stream runs out of gas at 3 o'clock, 1500. We're not going very far, so I'm pretty sure that's the case. If I am not back or whatever, then thanks for coming by. Really nice for you to drop in, Magic Man, and enjoy the conversation. Yep. You bet. Take care. Every day at 8 o'clock in the morning. So there you go. Needless to say, I didn't get it out. Okay. Well, in that case, I can't. based on a supposedly agreed thing with Iran has been sent to the Iranian people, the government or something like that. That was a news thing. If you look about 12:30 something or another. There you go. Not sure if I'll be back, but I hope so. We're going out to this interview now. I thought it was earlier. If I'm not back before 3, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I guess. Well, let's see. That was about as close to 1,500 as you can get. Well, let's see. Anton is long. Cool. Yeah, I'm just back from that job hunting extravaganza with Tam. Yeah, long. There you go. Cool. Long off of the 40s, maybe? Let's check what that fed. Yep. No, 70. No, wait a minute. Where'd you say long? Oh, one deviation. Okay. Yeah, that'd be about right. Cool. Okay, so that was an extravaganza. Cool. Right there, yeah. And 70's coming right out. What timing's everything, isn't it?
Slow computer.
Excellent. Right at the overnight high again, huh? So there's the 1,500. I didn't get the market recap in, but I'm sorry about that. Life takes precedent, right? I had to take my daughter somewhere, and we're just back. So not only did I miss some trading, I missed the tail end of the stream here. Sorry about that. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, do all the pre-market, set up the statistics and the software, and then trade the entire day. So that's how it goes. Cool. Well, let's see here, 54s. Well, this would have been the beauty here, down here, huh? Oh. The power hour beginneth. Well, these Lucid accounts aren't Virgin anymore, so that's for sure. There's a market on, oh, they got buys across the board on the market on closing balance, so that's interesting. Just reading up the news here. Well, you got a few minutes left here to get up to that. We didn't have the pop on the closing swing trade up there. That's hopefully they're heading for your 70s now. All right, good luck to everybody. Anton, I'm rooting for your 70 there. I think you've probably dusted off already, everyone. So I'm going to bring the stream down like normal and then go to figure out what's going on next and get ready for tomorrow. Have a great stream, great day, and thanks a lot for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Like, subscribe, that's really a big help. And see you in the morning, 0800 Central Standard Time, risk neutral trading. Thank you. I really appreciate it.